First call for a pro Spec Miata to the grid, please. Pro Spec Miata to the grid. So once again, coming up next, Pro Spec Miata, then it'll be Spec and call time. And that'll be followed by 425, another Formula FARA. That'll be qualified. Formula FARA. And then it starts at 425. First racing day is our championship, 505. Cars on course again.
second quickest at this point, the 26 of Jack Cronin for the 145.09 or 696. And third quickest, the 63 of Mark Curley, the Pro Spec Miata for the 145.697. Fourth quickest is the Toyota Mini Nevada.
145.2. Just about finished up with the session as things are going along here. 15 cars on the lap though, so definitely going to have a great field for a Pro Spec Miata race this weekend. Coming up next, HPE drivers. HPE drivers up next for our 355 session.
Making their way towards the grid as our Pro Spec Miatas pull off. The end of the session here, Frank Rosso is going to be your provisional pole sitter for tonight's shootout. Yes, we do have the Spec Miata shootout.
Be a great rest of our evening. Should be very exciting.
passes into turn number 5. You are interested in joining FARA and coming out, bringing your own car on track. Similar to these drivers, a great way to join up. got about 10 minutes to go in the session here for your Super Lap Series. Of course, we still have times for them. Right now in SL4, fastest of our timing cars is Thierry Ridfield, number 97. After that, in SL4, the 61 of David Schnorr, 147.1. And the 17 of Jose Ferrer. Things like that, everything leveled out. Make things a little bit more balanced. And as you can see right there, watching the blue Nissan up top, mistake from the Nissan as they come through. And now just a reminder, coming up right after this, a 15-minute qualifying session for our Formula FARA cars, starting around 4:25. This will be their first qualifying of the weekend. Start the grid for race number 1. The FARA 8A. YouTube channel. Or if you're at the track, you know where to find the action. Just look towards the noise. That's going to be a great race this weekend. Some familiar names there as well. If you are fans of FARA racing, you'll have seen some of them out there. A couple of new names too. So, very interesting to see how these Formula cars run around this very hilly Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. If you've listened to me commentate before, you've heard me talk about Homestead having the Florida roller coaster, as we call it. Their little we'll call it a drainage ditch. Very different scenery here at Michelin Raceway compared to the Homestead that we are used to. So I'm sure the drivers are excited to get out there and have some fun.
and our Super Lap Series cars making their way into pit road now. Couple more on track, just finishing up their final flying laps, but we'll be seeing the checkered flag out soon. Up next, our Formula FARA. Yes. onto the track go our Formula FARA cars. Out for their first laps of qualifying. Saw a lot of stickers as they rolled off of pit road. So some new tires, looking either for lap time or just to get some scrubbed in for the next session they have. We'll see how they go. As soon as they come across the timing line, I will let you know who is on track and their lap times. Keep you updated through this session with all of the timing and scoring here at the FARA Atlanta 200. Saturday, yes, had a lot of test and tune in the morning, and then practice and qualifying. Really letting the drivers shake out these cars here at a new track for many of them. This is going to be a very interesting weekend to see who is able to master the track, who has experience here, maybe with other series, and it will determine a lot of points for this FARA championship that we have going in 2026. Down the hill, 4 cars go, one by one, making their way for their first flying lap. Out on track right now, we've got Axel Robards, Cam Becker, Braden Eves, and Aku Hernandez, number 98. All working around the track now. I don't see any other Formula FARA cars moving around in the paddock, so I believe it's just going to be these 4 for the session. So we'll try to keep up with them, see how they do throughout this session. Great shot of them coming down the S's into turn number 5. Watch them go up over the hill. They're going to disappear out of camera view for just a moment as they go through turn 6, and they'll reappear on your screen. Turn number 7, as you can see, onto the back straightaway. Long, long straightaway. Great downhill drop into turn 10. There you see turn 10A, the left-hander, and turn 10B, the right-hander. They'll climb the hill for turn 11 under the drive-over bridge, and then right down the other side for turn number 12 across start-finish. Here come our first lap times. Leading the way, Cam Becker, 130.382, followed by Aku Hernandez, 139.3. Axel Robards in the number 1 car, 131.6. Braden Eves, a 131.8. So our entire field, about a second and a half from each other. Already looking like it's going to be a great weekend in this class. Even with a smaller group, I think these guys are going to be able to show us a lot of fun racing. We've got a pair of cars going side by side down into turn 10A. Made cleanly as they go nose to tail through turn 10B, up over the hill, turn 11, and the pair behind now nose to tail. Not a race right now, but nonetheless, good for them to get familiar with these close quarters. Front pair there, Cam Becker and Axel Robards in the 31 and number 1. In the second pair, Aku Hernandez and Braden Eves. 7, far end of the track from the tower here. we are halfway through our qualifying session here at the FARA Atlanta 200. Formula FARA out on track. Currently the leader, 98, Hernandez, 129.9. Right behind them, the 31 of Cam Becker, 130.062. After that, the 1 of Axel Robards, the 130.488. The 82 of Brandon Eves, the 130.714. And then the 98X, one extra car got out there. We don't have a name on the timing sheet yet, but they are running a 136.1. Getting their sea legs here at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. Just over 10 minutes to go, so still plenty of time for these drivers to get some more laps in. We'll see if they're able to improve laps, or like often happens with these formula cars, they may come down pit road to make some adjustments, change some tire pressures. It's a very warm day here. Track temperatures have to be quite warm, so these tires may not be holding up to their full potential. As the 31 of Cam Becker has now moved away from those other 3 cars, as we've got 3 cars of Facu Hernandez, Axel Robards, and Braden Eves all grouped up now behind. It's Cam Becker moving further and further away from the group, all by himself up there. This is not a race, you know, it's just lap times right now, but it's important to see how your car shakes out pace-wise against your competitors. This could be some good info for the 31 team heading into their races tomorrow. And some of our Formula FARA cars, well, all of our Formula FARA cars on pit road at the moment. 2 of them have peeled back into the paddock. 2 of them still getting work. A third goes back into the paddock now. Now a 4th and a 5th as the session is over. That is why they peel back into the paddock. Makes total sense. Up next, your prototypes and GTs. They are lining up for their Shootout. Race number one. Race number one. Prototypes and GTs. Head on down to the grid for your 15-minute shootout. And the field is making their way off of pit road now. Going to form up for their formation lap and then a 15-minute shootout for our prototypes and GTs. A quick race for their 75-minute Enduro later this evening. I'm sure we'll see a little bit of fun being had out there, but I think most of the cars are going to be saving it for that longer 75-minute race. We'll see who decides that this one is going to be a worthwhile endeavor to put some effort into, or if the 75-minute Enduro has a little bit more prestige to it. Working their way around the track. A lot of familiar names if you have watched the FARA series before. In front of your grid, though, a new one. Number 29 of Matty Colleran. A beautiful red Ferrari. Then the 47 of Justin Levine. The 129 of Jared Oselka. 58 of Dean Paquette. The 30 of Dana Blackhurst. The 132 of Sophia Baszler. And the 103 for Jeff Williams. The 66 of David Lira. 55 of Jose de las Casas. 84 of Avi Cohen. 77 of Marco and Rick. 172, 304 out there as well. And some of our lower GT5 classes. And the 268 of David Twatty is out there, but will be at the back of the field from what it appears. Maybe a little bit late to grid. So we'll keep an eye on that as they form up on the backstretch. We will call them around as they make their way towards the big hill of turn number 12, where the pace car will pull off. And when that happens, Matty Colleran in the 29 will take the field to the green. Yes, there's the orange and blue Porsche 911 of David Twatty just coming across your screen now. So he will be at the back of the field as the cars double file make their way through turn 10A and 10B. Lights are out on the pace car, so we are assuming the pace car comes to pit road. It does. The field now in the hands of the 29 as they work their way down. Here they come, and the green flag is out. Double file. They make their way down the front stretch towards turn number 1 to climb the hill. There it is, the 29 with a big lead, followed by the 47, that green Porsche 911 of Justin Levine. Up the hill they go. 2 by 2, finally sorting themselves out. Single file making it to the back of the pack. Through turns 3 and 4. The 29 continuing to pull away. The 47 now under attack by the 129 of Jared Oselka, that yellow and black Porsche. As they go through turn 5, David Twatty already making his way up the grid here, passing more than 2/3 of the field on those first couple of corners. We're going to see where they end up coming out of turn number 7 here. The 29 going to have a very big lead over the 129 of Jared Oselka, then the 47 of Justin Levine, the 58 of Dean Paquette, and the 132 of Sophia Basler. 268 of David Twatty working his way up into that top 10 now as they come down the backstretch. The fastest cars you will see all weekend right here, heading in to turns 10A and 10B. Little wiggle from the second place car, the 129. And correction, that's a BMW M4 in the 129, not a Porsche 911, as they're going to go 3 wide into turn 1. On the inside is the 268 of David Twatty. The 47 of Justin Levine will back out, leaving the 58 of Dean Paquette to fall in. Smart move by all of them to survive turn number 1. 3 wide through there, not what you want to do as they make their way up. A lot of good thinking there, and you can see there on your screen how it shook out. The 268 followed by the 58 and the 47. The 47 goes from 3rd to 6th in one corner. A lot of time left in the session, still over 12 minutes. There is your leader, making their way out of turn number 7. This will show you the gap that they have back to the 129 of Jared Oselka. That black and yellow car coming on the screen, and David Twatty in the 268. The orange and blue car now in 3rd position after just a lap and a half. David Twatty looking up the inside now, trying to get that 2nd spot. And he's going to make the move into turn 10A. No defense from the 129. The 268 through cleanly as they make their way up the hill through turn number 11. But now the 58 of Dean Paquette closing in closely on the 129. Looking on the front stretch here, will the 58 be able to close up enough going into turn number 1? No, they're going to have to stay single file as they start turn number 1. There's your gaps between 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Climbing the hill. And now the 30 all over the back bumper of the 47 of Justin Levine. That bright green 911 and the white. Looks like some sort of Trans Am car possibly. The S is through turn number 5. On the screen, there's the green 47 and the white 30. And there is your leader out of turn number 7. A big gap back to the 268 of David Twatty. And now we see the 58, Dean Paquette, that silver 911, closing on the yellow and black BMW on the backstretch. Maybe into turn 10. Be able to use a little bit of a draft on that backstretch, get into a position, make a move. But 10A and B is tricky. Corners alternate, so being on the outside or the inside, not necessarily an advantage going into turn 10B. But the move is made. The 58 now in front of the 129. So a new member on the podium. But the 129 not going to give up so easily here. Coming on the screen now. Do they poke their nose out? No, they'll stay single file up the hill. 129 just holding on to fourth place. I think they want a spot back on that overall podium. Down through the S's, you see the gap from David Twatty back to the 58. Looks like they both get good runs out of turn number 5 as they head to the back of the track, turn 6 and 7. Looking at turn 7 now, here comes the 268, the orange and blue of David Twatty. And next cars we'll see on screen, there it is, the 58 and the 129. No changes there. The 58 may have even opened a gap through turn 6 and 7. The battle between the 47 and the 30 not over either. Dana Blackhurst staying close. And just now getting out of turn number 7, the 132 of Sophia Baszler. That is your first place car in GT1B. As they cross start finish this time, no changes. First through 6, the 29 continuing to lead, but look, there it is, the 30 of Dana moving to the inside, trying to get a run up the inside of the 47 of Justin Levine, not able to make it happen as they go up into turn number 1. They'll have to back out, but the 30 definitely trying to find a way around now. As we watch this battle for the top 5. 5th and 6th position. Dana Blackhurst trying to see if they can set that car up to make a move. Nothing looks clear yet. And we'll lose them in camera as they head into turn 6 and 7. But at the exit of 7, we will see anything happen here. No changes, but that is a close gap. The 47 and the 30. 47 is going to be locked to that rear view mirror, trying to see if that car is going to make a move. How much they're going to try to press the issue here with 7.5 minutes to go, halfway through this session. You're seeing our leaders working through some lap traffic. 30 looking up the inside, not close enough to make it happen this time. The 58 of Dean Paquette and the 129 of Jared Oselka, and some lap traffic working their way through. Blue Porsche Boxster, the 198 of Ben Ars, and the 304 of Mike Martin just ahead. It's the 47 trying to get up the inside, going to be able to get through in turn number 5. Tough spot there. Can that open the door for the 30? And looking at turn number 7 now, just coming onto your screen. The first car you'll see is the 55 of Jose de las Casas, and then the 77 of Marco and Rick. It's a car we'll see later on in the Enduro. Sorry, that was the 103 of Jeff Williams. And the 66 of David Lira. I had those two mixed up. On screen now, there goes the leader in the 29. That white and purple is the 55 of Jose de las Casas, then the 84 of Avi Cohen, and the 77 of Marco and Rick. So we were watching the 66 of David Lira and the 103 of Jeff Williams earlier. As there goes the 103 just off screen. The 29, our overall leader, slowly hunting them down. In this group of 4 cars here, they've got the 55 and the second place car, David Twatty, working through traffic. The 84 of Avi Cohen and the 77 of Marco and Rick as they clear turn number 5 and head toward turn 6 and 7. And pulling into the pits now is the 55 of Jose de las Casas. So they will be retiring early. The car looks to be in fine condition, so I'm assuming they're just going to get prepped for tonight's Enduro. And on screen now, you can see the 47 of Justin Levine opening up a huge lead over the 30. Coming into turn number 10A now. So that battle pretty much decided with only 5 minutes to go. See if we can work ahead a little bit and find some of our other battles we were watching earlier. And there's one. Still the 58 of Dean Paquette and the 129 of Jared Aselka. Working their way through that gray 911 versus the yellow and black BMW. They'll be coming onto screen now through turn number 7. And some traffic getting in the way for the 129. That's the 84 and the 77 they are working their way through. So a good break for the 58 machine. Is now opening up a big lead over we've got some timing and scoring updates coming from the transponders. So it's shaking up the view a little bit here. Yeah, the 129 still there. Okay. Now you can see the 58, the one that has to deal with traffic as they head up the hill in turn number 1. But that is it. I see a checkered flag in our starter's hand. So all the cars crossing the line now. They are finished. So here's how things look. The 129 of Matty Collar, and then the 268 of David Twatty. 58 of Dean Paquette. The 129 of Jared Aselka. The 47 of Justin Levine. Followed by the 132 of Sophia Baszler. The 30 of Dana Blackhurst. The 66 of David Lira, and the 103 of Jeff Williams, the 84 of Avi Cohen, 77 of Marco and Rick, 172 of Colin Gilroy, 198 Ben Arce, the 304 of Mike Martin, and the 55 we saw pull in early of Jose de las Casas. Up next, our college racing series, their first qualifier of the day. We will see exactly how things shake up, where all of these schools are going to land. So don't go anywhere if you are watching on YouTube. If you're here at the track, find yourself a good spot to watch for the first qualifying of the College Racing Series here at the FARA Atlanta 200. Welcome back, race fans, to the FARA Atlanta 200 on track now, the qualifying session for our college racing series. I'm Nick Soriano, and joined with me in the booth right now is Hall of Fame announcer Ralph Shaheen. Ralph, hello, how you doing?
I'm great, Nick. How about yourself?
I'm doing really good. Thank you for joining us and being a part of the college racing series here.
This is actually the first time you can have student driver on the back bumper of your car, and it's okay.
That's right.
Because that is exactly what we are doing here. The college racing series, collegiate racing series, kicking off here this week at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. And it's very exciting to see what these youngsters are doing, these young men and women putting together some tremendous programs. I don't know if you've had a chance to go through the paddock and talk to any of the teams yet, but boy, there is some energetic, real go-getters down there.
There is. It is a great group of students who are super excited to be a part of this program. And I can't wait to see how this thing grows growing into the future. Out here tonight
Well,
now.
we got one off here to kick things off and into the tire barrier. That's over at 7.
That is.
That looks like Queen City Racing. I'm from this angle here. Have to see if we can get a better look at it.
Does
But
appear
it just
to
got
be
out of shape and couldn't gather back up. Then once you get up on the grass, it's going to be almost impossible to catch that thing. And unfortunately, Nick, that's a lot of what we're learning here. For a lot of these racers, they don't have years upon years of experience behind the wheel. They're trying to get there, so these programs are just kicking off. So that's one of the hard lessons you get early on in your racing career right there.
It is. It is. There was a saying that I heard when I got started, and it was your first scratch on the car gives you about 1/10 of a second a lap, and bringing a trailer to the track, it's about a second a lap. So luckily, these cars have all been not necessarily donated, but they've been helped by the students, or the students have been helped to acquire these cars. And
yeah, the teams lease these cars, lease to own. They will eventually own the car outright, but they lease them out from the collegiate racing series, and they become their babies to maintain, build up, and prep to get them to the racetrack. Now, the good thing here is that car went into the tire barrier, and we saw the barrier do its job. It compacted and then expanded back. So at least it didn't hit a cement wall. So hopefully the damage is minimal, and we'll be good to go racing with this car tomorrow.
Yep. And we should say, too, that all of the schools in our Class A are running ND Mazda Miatas, and they are a pretty durable race car. Mazda has done a great job putting the package together over the years since the ND has come out, and I do not expect this car to be too tore up. May need a little bit of elbow grease put into it overnight tonight, but I would put a little bit of money on it that tomorrow morning we'll see that car back out on track for their first race.
Well, the best news is we're seeing the driver climbing out of the car, so that's great news. Cars can be fixed. We want to make sure we don't have to repair the driver in any way. Now, I'm sure there's a bit of a bruised ego over there and some hurt feelings he's going to feel going back to the paddock area, having to tell his teammates, sorry. But it looked to me like coming out of 7, got on the throttle a little bit early, car broke loose. You get busy trying to gather back up, and it falls into the category of I got it, I don't got it.
Yes, exactly. So as of right now, cars are all black flag. They are sitting on pit road, waiting to go back out, and we will hopefully get some more laps in.
Get the flatbed out there. They'll get that car picked up, put on the back, and give the car and the driver a ride back to the paddock.
Yep, they sure will, but I do not think we will see any more laps. Looking out our window here at the tower at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta, our starter has the checkered flag waving over start-finish. So, a short session.
Abbreviated session. Now, the other thing, the session might have been abbreviated, but the night just got a lot longer for that race team, as those kids are going to have to go to work here in a hurry to get that car ready to go for tomorrow. And they're going to experience something now, Nick. They knew eventually they'd probably have to deal with it. Probably didn't think they'd be dealing with it the first night before their first race.
Yeah, I think as racers, we all expect this happens at one point. But like you said, Ralph, the first session out, really, for a time session, and you're already working on it. So,
well, the good thing is they were trying hard, right?
yeah, absolutely.
Can't fault a driver for being on the gas hard, trying to gain time and make the most out of it. And that Queen City team had been fairly quick all day long, so I think they were hopeful that maybe they were going to get that magic lap here during this qualifying session.
I think you're right. Let me see if I can pull up some results of that one, and we'll try to decipher these. So, looking at this here, I've got our fastest lap of that session. There was only 3 completed laps, but it looks like it was the number 98.
That's Rocky Top Racing out of Tennessee.
And they were able to get a 148.719. So, we're guessing that's going to be your pole sitter come tomorrow morning. These are not official results, but...
And then the 55 of Riley Haig, that would be the team out of Virginia Tech, the Gobbler Racing entry. Riley Haig, one of the founders of that squad.
Yep, and then right after them, the number 12, Ellis Vance.
That's Rice Motorsports. That's Molly Vance's team, young lady who had the idea of putting a squad together to come racing here. She has done an amazing job. She's got her brother as one of the drivers, and they're really having a good time.
Yeah, we'll talk about them and their story more tomorrow because it is a very cool one, and we'll have to go through that. But the next car up, the 88, Sebastian Piloto.
The 88, that's the Queen City car that we're thinking is the one we're looking at here because I know that was a red livery on that car. So we'll see when they come by.
And our last one on the list, the 504 of Michael Rue.
504, I believe, is Tulane.
I believe so. Yes, I don't see a number on them.
Because I believe that would be the area code for New Orleans.
Ah, makes sense. Great choice of number for that car.
Smart marketing, right?
That really is, yes. All right, well, it looks like the safety crews are hard at work. They've quickly got that car loaded up, and they're going to be repairing the tire barrier.
Looks like all the damage would be to the left side of that car because from here, with it up on the rollback, the right side looks okay on the nose. So hopefully, and as you pointed out, Nick, maybe the damage isn't that severe, maybe just cosmetic and good to go.
Yep, I think so. Should be all set. You can see they've already got the tires repaired, so probably not too tough of a hit. They didn't have to
that's good.
Rearrange anything too much. All right, well, coming up next is going to be the FARA Pro Spec Miata Shootout.
Which means I'll see you tomorrow.
That's right. Well, thanks for joining me, Ralph. I appreciate it.
Have a good night.
You too. All right, for those of you still watching, yes, it's coming up next, our Pro Spec Miata Shootout, a 15-minute race. We just saw the prototypes and GTs do that, and now it is time for those bumblebees to come on out. We've got about 15 of those cars in the paddock, and it is going to be one heck of a show. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. I will be right back with you guys in just a moment, and we'll bring you some Pro Spec Miata action. All right, welcome back, race fans, to Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta. Pro Spec Miata on track now as they make their way up turn number 1. Double file, Frankie Barroso leading the field in the 148 machine as they work their way through. We'll catch them coming down through the S's in just a moment here. Double file as they work their way down, all the way through, coming up to turn number 5. And the 148 continuing to lead out in front of the 02 of Christian Meyer, and the 21 of Colin Murchison, and the 26 of Jack Cronin right behind. We're going to lose them for just a moment as they go through turn 6. We'll catch them exiting turn 7 here. Let's see how things shake up. We're looking for a red NB Miata to be out front. That's the 148 of Frankie Barroso. And there you see it. He has held on to the lead going through turns 6 and 7 as they work their way down the backstretch. A long straightaway for these Spec Miatas. We're going to see who pairs up at the front of the field. Will Frankie Barroso get a push, or will Christian Meyer and Colin Murchison team up and try to make a move as they go down into turn number 1? That's exactly what we see. Frankie Barroso is going to be on the right-hand side, the outside, coming down into turn number 10. Here they come. He's going to fall in line, giving up the lead for just a moment. Not a bad place to be in a Spec Miata race, as those front 3 starting to create a gap, working their way over the hill. Single file through turn 11, and down the hill, turn number 12. Into turn number 1. No one poking a nose out until 4th position. That looks to be like Jack Cronin trying to move up as they go up the hill in turn number 1 here. As they work their way down the S's into turn number 5. It's going to continue to be the 02 of Christian Meyer leading the way over Frankie Barroso and Colin Murchison. As they exit turn 5, working their way up the hill, we've got 15 cars on track right now. And they're now coming out of turn number 7. This time, Frankie Barroso with a good push. He's going to pull up really tight behind the 02 there to use the bump draft. These cars take huge advantage of that. It's going to make a big difference. Going to make it real tough for Colin Murchison to stay in this race if those two work together for a couple of laps and extend their lead. Right now, the 21 all by themselves in no man's land. And you can see a couple more pairs forming further back, 8th, 9th, 10th position. Race is all the way back in the field here for Pro Spec Miata. Only a 15-minute shootout, so as much as they want to work together, not a ton of time for pleasantries. They're going to have to get the elbows out at some point. And up turn number 1 they go. Looking at the timing sheet, we're talking about the 26 of Jack Cronin. Stuck his nose out to try and make a move. He went from 4th to 9th on that lap. It looks like a little bit of lack of help from some other Miatas behind may have caused that. So he's got his work cut out if he wants to move back towards that 4th position. Now Vinny Barata in the 58 taking over that spot, leading that second group. Then the 63 of Mark Curley, the 59 of Jack Murchison, the 12 of Todd Burris, 20 of Mike Hitchme, and then there is the 26 of Jack Cronin at the back of that second group. And we'll wait for the leaders to pop out. Look at that lead building for Christian Meyer and Frankie Barroso up front. Colin Murchison in no man's land. Then the 58 of Vinny Barata. The 63, that orange car of Mark Curley. We're going to see if he's going to be able to get back to the back bumper of the 58. Those two working together have a good shot at finding their way to Colin Murchison and making that a 3-car race for the last spot on the podium. Otherwise, if Colin just stays running his pace, he's got an easy shot for a podium finish today in the first race of our FARA Atlanta 200 weekend. And there we go. The 68 of Mark Curley that we saw falling back on that straightaway did not have any help, all by himself. So now the 21 continuing to stay there. Vinny Barada, then Mark Curley, Jack Murchison, Todd Burris, Mike Hitchme, and Jack Cronin. So no changes in our top 10 cars on lap number 3. Now working lap number 4. We're going to catch them coming down the S's here. That lead continuing to build for Christian Meyer and Frankie Barroso. I think both drivers are happy to be in this position. It's a one-on-one battle now with a gap. So that means if they do run side by side, they're not going to get caught up. They're able to be a little bit aggressive, have the elbows out, and fight for that first position. As we're nearing the halfway point, it's got to be something that's going through their mind. They've got to be thinking of that, knowing if they want to take the win, at some point, it's going to get a little messy. They're going to go side by side and not be able to run these quick laps that they're doing. Those two cars at the front, the two fastest by almost a full second. 45.2 and 45.3 for Meyer and Barroso. The next fastest car has a 45.6, so 0.3 of a second over the entire field right now. As we go to turn number 10. Single file. Barroso will stay in second, working with Christian Meyer. Frankie's been in this position before, especially here with the FARA series, knows these drivers really well. So I anticipate he's going to pick the absolute right moment and just bide his time until then. Up the hill, see a little bit of a different line from Barroso. He may be trying to let the radiator get a little extra air. You can give up a couple of corners knowing you have the draft on that back straightaway. In Spec Miata, as much as it is about driving fast, the strategy plays in so much. And these two out front have loads of experience in that department. So not only are they great drivers, able to put in some great laps, they know when it's time to take a break and make sure the car makes it to the end of the race. Out of the corners there. Now looking back a little bit further, Vinny Barada and Mark Curley finally getting together. Or maybe that's Mark Curley and Jack Murchison. I'll have a better look next time they come by. But Frankie Barroso continuing to push Christian Meyer. They are working together very well. I wonder if this is signs to come, or if we're going to have someone show up and break those two up, because right now they look dominant in this Pro Spec Miata field. Into this session. Oh, Frankie Barroso looking to the right-hand side there, but he's going to put him on the outside of turn number 3. So I would bet when we check in with them coming down the S's, Christian Meyer is going to continue to have the lead. But they did go side by side through turn 1, so it could be a sign that Frankie's getting ready to try and find a way around and take that lead back. He started on pole, led the first lap, but after that, Christian Meyer has been the one carrying the torch at the front of the Spec Miata field right now. Good run for both of them exiting there. You see Colin Murchison being hunted down a little bit now. Vinny Barada and Mark Curley have definitely worked together a little bit better. And now Todd Burris and Mike Hitchme working together, another pair back. So there's only 4 minutes left, but that doesn't mean there's not time for them to make some moves and close up those gaps. Especially, we just saw the front two cars going side by side. That gives an opportunity, some cars behind, to really put in some good lap times, try and close the gap. Now looking at it here in turn 10, I don't think the front two are in danger of that. But the next three cars, that green car is Colin Murchison, and the black car, Vinny Barada, and the blue and black of Mark Curley. They're going to come down the hill. 1, 2, 3, you just saw them. And then the orange car of Todd Burris and the blue car of Mike Hitchme flashing across your screen. An update further back in the field. After Jack Cronin, we've got Natalino Scappatisci in 10th, Rob Ashcroft in the 787 and 11th, Kalen Kinley in 12th, Brad Kitchen in 13th, Camden Brown in 14th, and Mark Kinley in the 117 in 15th position. Well, that is your full Pro Spec Miata field right now. Next time we're going to check in with them, now that they've come through the S's, is going to be the exit of turn 7 onto the back straightaway. And Christian Meyer continuing to lead in the 0-2 in front of the 148 of Frankie Barroso. And look how close that next group has gotten. Colin Murchison, Vinny Barada, Mark Curley, those three cars there. Two great battles we're going to keep an eye on into the finish here with 3.5 minutes to go. And looking now at turn number 10, a good run out of turn number 7 for Frankie Barroso, and he will take the lead. Going through turn 10B up the hill, the red and white 148 leading. We'll see if he can hold on to it to start finish. And the 58 of Vinny Barada gets around the 21 of Colin Murchison. So a couple of shifts in the top 5. As we look down the hill here, there was that green car in the middle of those three. That was the 21 of Colin Murchison. He is relegated to 4th position now. And up the inside, Mark Curley's going to try to get by in turn number 1. I'll have to check in with them in the S's to see if he's able to make that stick. But all that racing back there, we still have Frankie Barroso in the lead, Christian Meyer in 2nd. That looks to me like the 58 of Vinny Barada. And then, yes, Mark Curley was able to get by in turn number 1. And now Colin Murchison under attack by Todd Burris in the orange number 12. And a great run out of turn 7 there for Frankie Barroso. Going to be hard for Christian Meyer to get pulled up on the back bumper, even with that draft. But now you can see Vinny Barada trying to get a little bit of safety out ahead of that second group. Hold on to that last spot on the podium. How are the cars stacking up? 4th, 5th, teaming up. Todd Burris in 6th all by himself, and Mike Hitchme in 7th. Not able to work together on that, but like we said, seeing 3rd and 4th working together, or 4th and 5th working together, Mark Curley and Colin Murchison, gonna give a little bit of worry to the 58 of Vinny Barada. And the white flag is out. We are working our final lap. The leaders climb turn number 1 for the last time in this 15-minute shootout. And this time, Jack Murchison trying to move up the inside of Mark Curley. Will he be able to make the move stick? Looking here, turn number 5. Vinny Barada, you can see that gap as they start to come down. Vinny continuing to hold on, but yes, Colin Murchison back in front of Mark Curley. And now Todd Burris closer than ever. So the battle for fourth is on right now. That is definitely the closest battle we have. The 148 of Frankie Barroso and the 02 of Christian Meyer still well out front. Little bit of padding for Frankie Barroso, but not as good of a run off of turn 7 this time. That's going to let Christian get to that back bumper. So as we check in with them in turns 8 and 9, we'll see how big of a difference that's made. Yep, and there it goes. To the left goes Christian Meyer. He's going to try to make a move up the inside going into turn 10A. Frankie squeezes a little bit but leaves him room. They're going to go through. Frankie carrying speed on the outside, not able to make the switch back. Christian Meyer is going to make the move through turn 11, going to turn number 12, down the hill. Christian Meyer with even more of a gap. Onto the front straightaway they go. Checkered flag is out. It is going to be Christian Meyer who takes the shootout win. And behind them, a gaggle of cars as they go almost 3 wide for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th position. How did it shake out? Well, it went just like this. Your winner, Christian Meyer in the 02, then the 148 of Frankie Barroso. The 58 of Vinny Barata is able to hold on. The 63 of Mark Curley is going to claim 4th position. The 59 of Jack Murchison works his way up into 5th. Then the 21 of Colin Murchison in 6th. 12 of Todd Burris. Then the 20 of Mike Hitchme. 54, Natalino Scapatici. Jack Cronin all the way back to 10th. Wasn't really able to do anything. I wonder if there's something off with the car. Had a better qualifying than a shootout. So we'll look at the 26 tomorrow and see if they have a little bit of improvement. In 11th, the 787 of Rob Ashcroft. Then the 17 of Kalen Kinley. The 10 of Brad Kitchen. The 127 of Camden Brown. And rounding out your Pro Spec Miata field is officially the 117 of Mark Kinley as they cross the line. Wow, what a great shootout. A lot of fun, and if this is anything to show us what is going to be happening for the rest of this FARA Atlanta 200, I think Spec Miata is going to be one to watch. Now, coming up next, we have our Enduro, our GTs, and our prototypes. We saw them do the 15-minute shootout just before our College Racing Series qualifier. Well, they are back. It's a pretty demanding schedule for cars of that nature. So let's see who was able to get the cars flipped and ready to go for this 70-minute qualifier. If you're here at the track, find yourself a nice spot to watch. If you're watching at home, grab a snack. We got a long one coming up. Maybe your favorite drink as well. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, right? So whatever you need to do, take your breaks now. Next time we come back will be the start of our 75-minute Enduro here from Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta at the FARA Atlanta 200. Stay tuned. Welcome back, race fans, to the FARA Atlanta 200 here at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. We are in the middle of our GT and prototype race number 2 and Enduro. Yes, this is a race within a race, within a race, within a race, within a race, multi-class racing with all of our different GT classes. There is race number 2, which is a 30-minute session, as well as a 75-minute Enduro. So right now we have all the cars on track. We're watching here as the cars enter turn number 1 after coming down the front straightaway. And after 30 minutes, we will get a special flag wave from our starter, letting them know that race number 2 is finished and that the Enduro is continuing on. Some cars will pull off track and some will continue on for the full 75 minutes. So we are only 15 minutes in at the moment. 60 minutes to go, 1 hour as we go through this. Let's take a look at the leaderboard. Right now, the 129 of Matty Colleran leading the way over the 47 of Justin Levine. Then Dean Paquette in the 58, the 268. Chris Becker driving that one. David Twatty was in that for the shootout. So I would imagine they may be sharing the car. So if we see that one go for the full 75 minutes, we'll know that they're going to do a driver change there most likely. Then the 30, Dana Blackheart rounding out our top 5 in the overall category. And the 129X of Jared Oselka, the 132 of Sophia Baszler, 66 of David Lira, the 103 of Jeff Williams, the 84 of Avi Cohen, the 77 of Marco and Rick, and in 12th, the 172 of Colin Gilroy, and the 198 of Ben Ars, then the 304 of Mike Martin, and it does not appear that the 55 of Jose de las Casas made the start. We saw them pull in early during the shootout. Looks like it may be a case of them having some more work to do on that car than we originally expected. Coming into turn number 1 now, a bunch of our GT cars climbing the hill. That's the 58, then the 47, and then the 268. The silver, green, and blue and orange cars. We'll catch them coming through turns number 5. Right now, there it is down the hill, the gray 58 of Team Paquette, then the 47 of Justin Levine, and the 268 of Chris Becker. Those 3 cars you just saw flash across your screen. Now, later in the evening here, we do not have coverage turns 6 and 7. So I'm just as blind as you are. If you're here at the track, maybe you're watching from some of the great spectator areas back there. You know more than we do. So that is what we're going to have to skip as we look now at turns 8 and 9. We'll see those cars that we just talked about flashing up on the screen. There they are. 58, the 47, and the 268 working their way down towards turn number 10. Look at that bunch right there. Making their way down turn number 12 through lapped traffic. The beauty of multi-class racing. You get to see all of the siblings out there. You just saw a 911 and a Boxster racing side by side. Not something you get to see every day. On your screen now, coming through turns 10A and 10B, that is your leader, the 129 of Matty Colleran in GT1A. A massive 40-second lead over the 58 of Dean Paquette in second, not only overall, but in class. The 58 is a GT1A car as well. And the 47 of Justin Levine in GT1B. So technically, he is leading his class, even though 3rd overall. There is some bragging rights that come with overall podiums. So just because the car behind, the 268, is a GT1A car, don't let that distract you. Those guys are still going to race hard if they get the opportunity, and they're going to have some fun. And there they are on screen now, the 58, the 47, and the 268. Those three cars making their way up the hill over turn number 11 and now down through turn number 12 towards start finish. There's a great look at the S's. Heading up into turn number 5, leading off to the right there. You see the cars making their way down, little ants as they grow bigger and bigger as they get closer to the camera. And there is the 66, the 30, and the 129 right behind them. The 66 of David Lira is lap traffic, but the 30 and the 129 are battling it out right now. So we saw that earlier. Those two cars getting after it a little bit. No, sorry, that was the 47 and the 30 during the shootout. Now the 129X and the 30 are the ones battling it out. So we'll look to see where they're at as they come down the backstretch, turns 8 and 9. There they are, the 30, able to get by the 129 and the 66. And the 30 is going to pull off down pit road now. The 129 and the 66 go by the camera there into turn number 1. And coming into screen now, the 132 of Sophia Basler, the yellow and black Porsche. The 103 of Jeff Williams, followed closely behind. Welcome back, race fans, to the FARA Atlanta 200 here at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. 2 minutes to go in race number 2 for our prototypes and GTs. That'd be 30 minutes into the session. That does not mean we are done yet, though. After that, another 45 minutes of racing, and we will continue on in this 75-minute enduro for these cars. Not much has changed on our leaderboard since I last updated you. The 129 continuing to lead overall over the 58 of Dean Paquette, then the 47 of Justin Levine, 268 of Chris Becker, then the 129X of Jared Oselka, the 132 of Sophia Baszler, the 66 of David Lira, the 103 of Jeff Williams, the 84 of Avi Cohen, then in 10th, the 30 of Dana Blackhurst. They have already come in for a pit and I believe have made it back out on track. So they will continue to go around the track, I'm hoping, for the entire 75 minutes as the 58 dives into pit road right now. See if we can get you a shot of that real quick. Nope, just missed him. Sorry, guys. But nonetheless, the 58 is on pit road, leaving the 47 and the 268 to continue on. After the 30, the 172 of Colin Gilroy in leading your GT5 class. As the green and checker flag waves for your leader, the 129, that is the end of Prototype GT Race 2. So we will start seeing cars come off of the track and head down into the paddock as the Enduro will continue on here. Hopefully we'll have a nice group of cars that we'll get to watch. Looking at your finishing positions for race number 2. Down the list, Ben Arce in the 198, then Mike Martin, second in GT5, and the 77 of Marco and Rick. They've only completed 8 laps, so I believe that car has pulled in for the evening. As the 58 makes its way into the paddock, they will not be continuing on for the full Enduro. The 268 still at speed, though. Oh no, they're just getting the checkered. So the 268 and the 47, we'll see if they pull off. I got a little message, and I do believe that the 47 will not be doing full Enduro. I think they were just doing race number 2. So over the next couple of minutes, cars will be filtering off. I'll give you a full update when we come back, and I'll let you know exactly who is still on track for our remainder of the 75-minute Enduro, taking us into the evening. And that's the last session of the day. Tomorrow, we'll kick things off 8 a.m. for Formula FARA, race number 1. You'll be back here with me, Nick Soriano, in the tower. Then Pro Spec Miata, race number 2 at 8:30. Prototypes and GTs, race number 3 at 9. A full morning for you. So lots to be excited about when you go to bed tonight after this stream ends. We'll be back with you in just a couple of minutes here at the FARA Atlanta 200. Stay tuned. right, and just outside my window here, we've got some pit stops happening for your Enduro. The 103 is in, getting some fuel and what looks to be some driver attention. Maybe not a driver change. No. They are getting a full driver change in. Drivers coming out. 47 is also on pit road. That's Justin Levine as they are working their way through the pit stop. Checking out something on that right rear. Also have the 66 in. It's David Lira. And as I move around the booth, anyone else I can get an eye on? No, those are the only ones. The 268 is on pit road, as well as the 129X. Looks like one of our Hondas and GT5 on pit road as well. So pit stops cycling through here. 35 minutes into the Enduro, about the halfway point of a 75-minute one, so it makes a lot of sense. Good amount of cars still on track too. Right now you're seeing the overall leader, the 129. They are running the full Enduro. Great to see Matty Colleran and that beautiful red Ferrari keeping the pedal to the metal at the front there. There's the 30 of Dana Blackhurst as well coming across your screen. We'll take a look here. Turns 8 and 9 on the backstretch. We'll see that Ferrari pop into frame any moment now. And down into turns 10A and B. Race fans to the FARA Atlanta 200. More pit stops taking place. Your leader in the 129, Colleran on pit road as they are servicing that car. Your overall leader, the 268 still on pit road. Now the 132 also coming in for a pit. That's Sophia Baszler. All those other cars we talked about have made it back into the paddock. I see the 47 up in the paddock. That was Justin Levine. We had mentioned that we thought that car was not going to be going the distance, and it appears that our little birdie was correct. So, a great hint from them, helping us out, letting you guys know exactly what's going on. You're seeing right there Colin Gilroy in the blue Miata working their way up through turn number 5. We'll follow them around. We love Miatas here at the FARA Atlanta 200. Me especially. I am a Spec Miata driver, so they have a special place in my heart. Love being able to see some Miatas out on track, especially mixed in with this group of cars. We've got Porsche 911s. I'm seeing at turn 12 here a Honda Civic coming down the hill as they are working their way into pit road. You've got a Ferrari, we've got BMW M4s, a little bit of everything. So the GT class, definitely one of those that is whatever car you really want to run, whatever you're into, there's a spot for you out here. So keep that in mind if you're thinking about joining us for one of our FARA events coming up. There goes that mighty NA Miata, 112. Sorry, the 172 of Colin Gilroy. Up the hill it goes. And then as we look back down the start-finish line, here comes the 30 of Dana Blackhurst. GT2A category car. Working their way up the hill. See how fast that this number 30 can catch the 172. Quite a big speed disparity between them. So be interesting to see as we watch through a couple of corners how that gap closes. Gives you a little something to look at as we are ticking down the seconds. 40 minutes, 30 minutes left in this session. This backstretch will be a big indicator of the speed differences between the Miata and that Trans Am car that they've got out there. Here comes the Miata into frame now. How long until we see the white number 30? There it is, just peeking into the frame. Closing speed between them going to be pretty significant coming down into turns 10A and B. Hard on the brakes as they go through the left and right-hander up the hill. Down turn number 12. Here they come. And there goes the pass by the 30 around the 172. Quick work for them, but that is the joys of multi-class racing. The leader also back out on track. So the 129 done with their stop. Back heading around the course. Coming through turns 8 and 9, your leader just ahead of that duo we saw earlier, the 30 and the 172. You'll see the 30 popping into frame here. 172 will get there eventually. It's just a minute. Don't give him too much grief. Now the 129X about to come into frame, getting around the 172 here in turn number 1. Followed closely by the 103. It's Jeff Williams in the GT2B category. Down the hill they head. Through the S's up into turn number 5. Got some updates for you on the timing sheet. Some additions, some extra names we can call out. The 103, Jeff Williams has been driving that one. Also, their teammate Pippa Mann, he's going to be hanging on. Not sure who's in the car at the moment, but that duo currently running 6th in the Enduro overall. Looks to be our leader in GT2B. And the 304 of Mike Martin, their teammate in GT5, Mike Carwath. So we got Mike and Mike hanging out in the 304, and they are in 2nd in GT5, 9th overall in the Enduro group. Cycle through the cameras. Let's try to find some cars going through. There is our leader, the 129. They're going to be coming out of the S's now. Working their way down the S's. Right on the back of the 172 of Mike Gilroy as they work their way towards turns 6 and 7. The cars are working through. There's the 30. Turn number 5. Followed by going to be the 129X. No, that's the 66 of David Lira. Through turn number 5. The 268. Chris remaining. The GT and Prototypes Enduro here. Side of the 66 of David Lira. And the 29X running both of them down into turns 10A and B. Next car into frame is going to be the 132 of Sophia Basler, working their way up. Currently your leader in GT1B. Followed by the 103, Jeff Williams and Pippa Mann. And the 129 of Maddie Colleran. We're about to get some action through turn number 1 here. The 172 and the 30 running nose to tail again as the 30 works their way inside. Oh, they've been expecting the 172 to go a different direction, but no harm, no foul between those two. They got it all worked out. Both will make it cleanly into the S's. Even though we're late in this session, the 132 of Sophia Basler on lap number 31 put down their fastest lap, a 131.780. Same for the 103, Williams and Mann, lap number 29, a 137.9 for them. So, as the evening goes down, the sun starts to fall a little bit lower here in Brazelton, Georgia. Track may be cooling off a bit, maybe some fuel burned off, lightening up the cars. As we see, there are still some fast lap times to be had out there. No one slowing down just yet. Yeah, even the 268 of Chris Becker and Braden Eves, who are sharing that car. 128.6 are 5th overall and currently 2nd in GT1A, but their fastest laps. The 172 of Colin Gilroy as well. Our favorite little Miata out there still chugging along, a 149.8, their fastest lap of the session. So, just then 4 cars running their personal bests of the session, all in different classes, but doesn't mean any of them are slowing down right now. Getting by the 304. 304 is that Honda Civic. We haven't talked much about them. Mike Martin and Mike Carwath. Let's follow them around for a little bit. Get them some camera time as they work their way up turn one. Be popping out there at the top of the S's, working their way down the hill. Coming into frame now, the 30 and the 268 as they work their way through the S's. 268 trying to find a way by, but the 30 just enough speed to stay in front there. Watch them come through turn 5. 268 make a move. Yep, they'll move to the left, try to get around. Turn 10 now. There is the 304. Mike Martin and Mike Carwath. Just behind them, the 30 and the 268. Into the braking zone. Hard on the brakes to get slowed down for this left-right combo. Back up the hill. Shot here working through the S is a great shot of the speed differences between three very different classes. GT1A car, Becker and Eves, the GT2A car. A little easy on the 304. Sportsmanship award of the day move right there, letting them work their way through the S's. 172 of Colin Gilroy onto pit road. Pit crew ready to go. Over the wall. Looks like a little bit of fuel for him. Checking on the driver. And the fuel bottle comes over. And the gas cap opened up. Pit stop begins. The crew will get to work to get that car back out on track with 16 minutes to go in this session. '66 also doing another pit stop, maybe a little bit of an adjustment for that car. Smooth pass there from the 129X on the 304. And 172 looks to be finishing up their pit stop. Fuel jug back over the wall, checking on the driver, looking at his pit crew, waiting to see the release there. the screen now. The 129. The car looked a little bit different last time by. I don't think that car has a rear wing anymore. I don't think we caught that incident or what might have happened to make that come off, but the car's still making its way around the track. We'll see if they come down pit road this time or if they're going to continue onwards. There's the 132 of Sophia Basler working their way through turn number 1. Through turn 12. See if we can get a good look as they come down to the bottom of the hill. That car definitely moving a little slower. Yeah, no rear wing. The 268's going to look for a way by now, but since that car doesn't have any rear downforce, going to definitely change the dynamics and the handling of that vehicle. So we'll see if they're going to push all the way to the end. 13 minutes. No, a white flag. A white flag is out. So, a final lap for our leader, the 129. We'll follow them around, see if they make it all the way through. Waiting for them to pop out of turn number 7 onto the backstretch. 268 was ahead, so we'll look for that orange and blue 911. There it is now. 103 as well. Then the 129 and the 304. Here comes the 268 down the hill for turn number 12. Cross out of frame, they will take the white flag. So will the 103. But the leader, the 129, will take the checkered here at the FARA Atlanta 200 from Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. And the 304, the next car to cross by. The 30 takes the checker as well. Let's see, anyone on the same lap that we need to check on? Doesn't look like it. I think all of our standings are going to stay the same. So, we will run through the order here. Oh, yeah. We've got our leader, the overall winner, and GT1A winner for your FARA Atlanta 200 Enduro, the 129, Maddie Colleran. Then the 30, Dana Blackhurst, going to be second overall, and the winner in GT2A. Then the 129X of Jared Oselka, second in GT2A, but third overall. Sophia Basler in GT1B, the 132. Then the 268, fifth overall, second in GT1A. Chris Becker and Braden Eves bring that one home. The 103 of Jeff Williams and Pippa Mann will take the win in GT2B. They're going to end up sixth overall. Then the 172, Colin Gilroy in his blue Miata will win GT5, seventh overall. The 66 of David Lira and David Twatty will finish on pit road and come in second in GT2B, eighth overall. And the 304, Mike Martin and Mike Carwath, second in GT5, ninth overall. And that's going to wrap things up. The end of our FARA Atlanta 200 Enduro. All right, for those of you in the paddock, hope you guys have a great rest of your night. I hope you don't have too much work to do on your cars to get ready for tomorrow. But tomorrow is the big one. Lots of racing starting at 8 a.m. So for those of you on YouTube watching on the FARA USA channel, tune in 8 a.m. for Formula FARA race number 1. I'm Nick Soriano. I will be back with you tomorrow all day covering all of our fun races. So make sure you're ready to go. Buckle in. Grab your favorite drink and snack. We will see you tomorrow at 8 a.m. Thanks for watching, everyone. Have a great night.